Testing, testing. Can you all hear me? All right. So it looks like it's working. So today what we've had so far, pretty nasty day. Thank you. So started out the day, we were already below the ZG level. Yesterday we closed right on the NG level. I don't know if you all saw that in the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, I will post a link, or not a link, in the comments. I'm posting right now. That is my username. Add me, and I will send you an invite to the Discord server. But yesterday closed at NG. Today, as you can see, opened below the ZG level. Data updates. You know, if you're not every day, 3 in the morning. This white line here. Well, I don't know if the audio's lagging. Hopefully the audio's lining up properly, but ZG right here is this white line. Corresponds to the left side. That's a very key level. That's going to be important first thing in the day, because before 9:30 at the open, none of this stuff on the right here, all of this that's under today's trading, it's only going to start populating after 9:30 in the morning, okay? Because this is all based on the options volume from any expert you have loaded. Right now we're looking Halloween till the Friday after the election, okay? Happy Halloween if y'all celebrate that. But get this move down. Why do we get this move down? Show you in just. If you had to say a color of the app, what is the color of the app? Dominantly. Pretty much. Now, this is always going to be green here. The volatility and the vol percent change, it's always going to be green. Overall, though, all of these charts, what color are they? They're all red. Now, yeah, live streaming does, definitely. And I think I forgot to put on the ultra low latency. So, yeah, it's probably lagging even worse now. But anyway, all these charts are predominantly red, right? Now, they were more red earlier. They've actually turned a little more green since we hit the NG level. But the reason that the app is the way it is, it's very colorful, is because I want it to be very simple. I want a 5-year-old to sit back and be able to tell you, if it's red, we're most likely going down. If it's green, we're going up. And if it's a mix of 50-50, you know, we're probably going to chop around. Okay? So let's say the left side here is red, but the right side was green. That would probably be choppy for SPY. Same thing with the QQQ. If one side's red, one side's green, probably a lot of chop. But if you get everything lining up, all red or everything all green, I'm also referring to here, little gamma charts in the middle, delta bars down below, you know, I'm looking at all these. Yet in relation to the levels, it's all red. We're most likely heading to NG that day. Now, once we hit NG, what happens? A good example. Now, if you're a scalper, it can make for some really good long trades. You can keep your stop really close. Example, NQ here. NQ has tagged the NG level twice. We'll say twice. It's, you know, been 3, 4, 5 different candles that have hit it, but decent little scalps, and they're very quick. Okay. Now, first one, a lot of the times the way that NG works, when it hits the NG level the first time, you're going to generally get a decent little pop. Now, SPY had not hit NG yet. So I would expect it to come back down to try to drag the SPY down with it. Now, SPY has still not hit. It's got very close. But I want it to hit it to the penny before I really feel fairly comfortable taking a long. Now, we see a lot more puts coming in right here. Delta, like you want to watch these. I usually watch these bars. If you see these continue to grow quite a bit as we move down, like kind of stabilize and stay at about the same level, then, you know, we could get a little more movement to the downside. Also, VVIX was 123 earlier. It's came in some. That's good. You want VVIX to be lower if you're bullish, okay? You don't want it to keep going up, because what does VVIX mean? The VVIX is volatility of the volatility. So it's the volatility of VIX. How many people are buying calls in the VIX, basically? Try to keep it that simple. Make it as complicated as you like. Another thing that some of our users really like to use is this right here. Guy in the Discord named DZ gave me the idea for this, but it's like a pressure gauge. So you kind of hard to watch. I just try to keep it on this. But anyway, quick little breakdown of how we view it. And I'm going to pull this up from the Discord. Second. Discord real quick. When y'all join the Discord, I highly suggest you look at this. I go over this a bit in one of our videos. It's I think the name of the video is Understanding Market Makers, something like that. On the YouTube channel, you can just go to videos. I think it's our best performing video to date. Basically try to take everything from my head and how I view this and put it into that video. This just shows the loops. I call them the loops, because it's basically, you know, the stock market, there's always market makers. They always have to be making the market, right? So they're always going to be involved. Now, there's two specific sets of loops for gamma exposure purposes that they get stuck into, let's say. One is positive gamma, and you can follow this out. So as the stock price rises, market makers sell stocks, okay? We're in positive gamma. If we're above the zero gamma line, as the market rises, they sell into that up move, and then it makes the price fall, or price will generally pull back a little bit, and then they buy into that, and it makes a staircase, sort of, kind of like this, if you're following my mouth. Okay? Now, negative gamma, this is why there's so much volatility today. We've been in negative gamma all day. You're in negative gamma, you're below the ZG level. Market makers, when the stock price drops, they sell more stocks. And it makes the stock price drop more, so then they have to sell more. And then it drops more, they sell more, yada, yada. So forth and so on, generally until we hit that NG level, which, no, it's the max negative gamma. Good Lord, my mouth's not working. The NG level is the max negative gamma level. So they don't really have to hedge a whole lot below that. A lot of the time, once you hit NG, what you're going to find is a lot of market participants will start to buy there, because a lot of people are looking at this also and understand it like this. So, and I'm referring to people that have a lot of money, okay? So they're going to start, a lot of them are going to start buying here. Loop. If you are in negative gamma and the stock price starts to rise, it's going to rise very quickly. Why? Because as stock price rises, then the market makers flip backwards into, they buy more stocks. Then it makes the price rise, so they buy more. Price rises, they buy more. So you get stuck in one of these loops. Notice these are very separate for negative gamma versus positive gamma. They intermingle, right? Anyway, the way that the market will react, so to speak, in different zones is like this. So a lot of the times when you get below NG, it will act like it's in positive gamma. It doesn't mean that the bars in HedgePulse are going to turn green exactly. It's just observations that I've made over time, okay? So you get these real fast linear moves when you're in the gray zone, okay? That's why, let's say you look at NVIDIA and it's above the PG level. It's going through what is called a gamma squeeze, okay? That's where you get these parabolic moves upward. Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple does it every now and then. SPY and QQQ even do it sometimes, right? But when you sometimes get above these PG levels, especially, let's say you're above the PG for the open interest side, but the today's traded side just keeps moving up. They keep adding more calls, more calls, more calls. The open interest gamma, the people that are having to hedge the open interest GEX, they're going to have to flip into a negative gamma type situation after they get above the PG level. Okay. I hope that makes sense. You know, if I need to, I can go a little bit more in detail with that, but keep it simple. If you're between the white and the green, you got this blue zone, or if you're under the NG, it's going to act like the positive gamma loop that this right here. Okay. That's what I mean. How I have this coded, or how I made this picture. Easy reference. I know you all probably can't see the fine detail in this, but join the Discord. You can blow the picture up, look at it, everything, save it. But this makes it real simple. If you're above ZG and below PG, you're in positive gamma. This. If you're in negative gamma territory, it's going to look like that. Okay. You're in negative gamma, market makers add to the volatility. When you're in positive gamma, market makers dampen volatility. Anyway. Like I said, we've got a whole video on this, the Understanding Market Makers video on the YouTube. Y'all can check that out. Anyway, if y'all got any questions, feel free to add me on Discord. I'll send you an invite to the server, or leave questions here in the comments, and I'll get to those as soon as I can. But I'm going to go grab some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Gavin. Yeah, Gavin, I saw your email a little bit ago. I'm going to get back to you as soon as I can. Okay. Yeah, hold on one sec. I'll go ahead and ending. Yeah. All right. I just now sent you an invite to the Discord. So, whenever you all do join the Discord, definitely check out, have this referrals tab. That just goes into detail about the referral deals that we offer. And I would also, this is under the Gamma Foundation. This is basically the premise of why the app is the way it is. I highly suggest going through this. Pretty easy to understand. Once you look at it, I tried to make it as easy to follow as I could, and really holds true. This is the main way that I see the market, and it's really accurate about telling me, okay, like, well, once you use this app, once you understand gamma exposure, it's going to blow your mind how often we close to the penny on the PG level, the ZG level, or the NG level. Now, the context depends on, essentially, is the app predominantly red, predominantly green, or how I call it, pretty much all red or all green, or a 50-50 mix. So, look, I'll go over this one more time, how I try to see it. This is red, this is red, this is red, this is red. Both of these are red. This is all red for SPY, right? Easy to follow. Same thing with the Qs. It's all red. Literally, keep it that simple. Now, yesterday was kind of a unique situation in the fact that we closed right on NG, okay, like to the penny. And I'll try to pull that up in the Discord. Generally speaking, we do not close on the NG level. This right here. This was at the close yesterday. Red line is NG for the ES, NQ. And you can ask the people in the room, join our Facebook group. Go to the Facebook group. It's probably linked in the description below this video. Try to join the Facebook group. I'll approve you all. Go in there and look at the history. Look at how often, how many days do we close? I'm talking within a penny for SPY, within a penny for the QQQ on these levels. It will blow your mind. I'm telling you. Like, I hate snake oil salesman people. I hate people that try to sell, oh, this is your golden ticket, or this is the only one way to trade, things like that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to be like, oh, hey, look, GEX it's going to tell you exactly where the market's going to go every single day. I'm just saying, look for yourself. We've got history. Oh, going back, May last year? I don't post it every single day, but just look at how often it does happen. And once you have the app, that's why I'm trying to do this live stream more. So y'all can go through, look at the live stream, look at how the price reacts at certain levels, and look at where it closes at on the day. I can't run it all the way through 4 o'clock every day, but you all can look at the levels and see where they're at. Generally, they don't change a whole lot, right? So especially the big levels, the NG, the PG, they pretty much stay the same throughout the day. So take a look. I mean, it'll take some homework, but trust me, it's well worth it. Anyway, I'm going to go grab some coffee. Be right back. If y'all have any other questions, leave them in the comments. Like I said, join the Facebook, join the Discord, add me. I'll send you an invite. Be right back. Real quick, do just want to say this. See, the NASDAQ's breaking below NG a little bit. This is why we have SPY and QQQ side by side. A lot of the times, if we're going to bounce off of the NG level, both of these are going to have to hit the NG. SPY hit it yet. Okay, I'm back. Have to go eat here before too long. I want to sit here and watch and see what happens if we can ag this NG level and yes. Now, one thing I will say, if let's say we can get below this NG level by much, this 565 level looks like is going to grow very quickly. So, and with us being in negative gamma right now, sometimes we do just get these crazy, nasty sell-off days based on volatility, geopolitics, things like that across the world. We got an election coming up, uncertainty, yada yada. So we certainly, it may not act as a positive gamma situation, but we're going to have to see a pretty decent push below the NG, I would say. And it would have to be very quick for me to think we're not going to see a lot of support right here. Just know, like, let's say SPY gets down to 569, for example. Keep an eye on this 565. If it becomes the NG level, watch out. Okay? I'll let you know. Also, if you see the today's traded stuff, if you see this growing a lot, you see this number getting larger but more negative. See this bar growing to the downside? Also, same thing with the delta below. Right now, we're at negative 12 billion deltas. We approach the NG level, we'll take a look at it. So we're at negative 12.3, I think it was. Anyway. Yeah, if y'all have any questions, leave them in the chat. I'll get to you as soon as I can. To go back and touch on what I was talking about earlier, though, trying not to. I want you all to do your homework. I want you to look over the things that I've posted over the past 15 months, 18 months, however long it's been. But look at how often we close at the PG, NG levels, things like that. How I am as a person, I always try to find the most efficient, most accurate way to do things. Like, I went to college for business, probability and statistics, and psychology, stuff like that. Okay. So it's funny, it all kind of coincided with the stock market quite a bit. And, I use things like standard deviations, stuff like that all the time. Expected move built into the app, right? We've got expected move tab even down below. And I'm looking at this kind of information. Now, I'll shut up. We're approaching NG. See what happens. Back when I first started trading, 2012, 2013, I guess, I thought, surely to God, there's something in the stock market that's really consistent, I guess you'd say. Like I think we all do when we first start out. We want to find what works the best, obviously. I don't think any of us are out here trying to find, okay, what just kind of works. We all want to find something that works really good. And I'll say this, I've created thousands of indicators. I've back-tested thousands of strategies, moving averages, linear regression type things, Bollinger Bands, a lot of the stuff, RSI, I've tried out, like for RSIs, for example, the 80-20 overbought, oversold stuff. I'd say 2015 to 2018, I was coding every single day, okay? And I was just trying out strategy after strategy. And I would try out all kinds of different settings, all kinds of time frames. And what I found, in a nutshell, momentum is really good. Linear regression can be good, but it's hard to know when to use it, right? Because think, what do they say? The market is range bound like 70% of the time, and then 30% of the time you get the moves, roughly, rough estimate, I guess. Which is pretty accurate, I would say. But years and years of coding strategies, I've tried strategies that time-based analysis that use, Rob Smith's the strat. I was one of the first people that ever coded the strat for Rob, and if you know Rob Smith, rest in peace. Like, guy really helped me out. He was a mentor of mine from 2015. Unfortunately, he passed a year or so, but I got to work very closely with him, things like that. And me and him, we were wanting to code the strat into an algo, and fortunately he had got sick, and we had some plans, I'll say. Fortunately, he passed away, but I'll tell you this: after thousands of indicators, thousands of strategies analyzed, nothing has ever came close to what you will see with this. Period. And this is a tool that I made. How it started, if you're not familiar, I've been using Gamma Exposure for 4 years, 2019, 2020-ish, okay? I created my own little app, okay, that I just used for me. It wasn't nearly as nice and pretty, but it still had all the same exact functionality. Still had total gamma laid out the same way. Still had the total delta and stuff laid out the same. It still had SPY and QQQ side by side, but it was, I'll just say, dog shit ugly, okay? But it worked. It's all I needed, okay? It worked good. But, yeah. Anyway, posted it on Facebook one day. A lot of people said, hey, I would really like to have this. So I tried to code it into like a Python app, things like that. I'm very good at coding NinjaTrader stuff, Thinkorswim stuff, indicators, strategies, things like that. I never went to school for coding. I'm self-taught 100%. With this, I had a ton of experience with Excel already, but I tried to do it in Python, things like that, and I couldn't get it to work. So I was just like, okay, let me see how good can I make this. And what you see is what we've turned it into. Efficiency-wise, God, it works so much better than how I used to have to use it. I used to have to copy option chains manually, paste them into Excel, and yeah, let's just say time-consuming, right? So that's why I only focused on SPY and QQQ, because I could copy those relatively quick and get those into Excel and things like that. But I had to do it every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, however often I wanted to see the updates. The thing about this, it's all automated. It's all real time. You select the ticker that you want to see, how many strikes you want to see, and the dates you need data for, and we got it. Let's just go ahead and zoom in here. Finally, looks like it finally tagged. Any maybe? NG level 5750 25. We might have been one tick off. I will classify that as it hit NG. When I say it hit, I need to see it hit NG. This is how close I'm talking, right? $5,700 product, getting within a quarter. I don't know how much closer you need it to get, or want it to get, expect it to get, but that's pretty damn. I'm just going to say. Anyway, yeah, that was story time real quick. Fix this. So the setup that I've got 3 screens. I've got my main screen in front of me, and then I've got 2 screens to my side. One's vertical, and then got another horizontal one. So I'm just sitting here. Coffee cup was in the way, so I couldn't see that those were not blown up properly. Anyway, I'm just rambling at this point. Don't mind me. So real quick, I'll touch on delta. I don't know how many of you are familiar with cumulative delta and delta divergences, how they work, things like that. Delta indicator that we've made. The green and red arrows are tied to this indicator right here. Okay. If it is a red arrow, okay, that means the candle itself was green, but the delta, meaning how many actual buys and sells there were, had an imbalance to the downside. On arrow, going to be a green candle, but there was more selling than buying. Green arrows, it was a red candle, there was more buying. So that is a bar by bar divergence. But there's another way that people look at divergence, which is, zoom in here. So these lows are higher than this low, correct? However, look at the delta. This delta, higher or lower than this? This is a different type of divergence. This is a more long-term divergence. Okay? So basically what this is saying, the price went below back here. But there's more people long, even at this price now, than we're here. So what does that mean? It means there's been more buying, selling over all of these candles, which generally is bullish, right? So as you can see, all these volume imbalance bars down here at the bottom. This is also our indicator. It's volume imbalance indicator. So it's gray. It's below average over the past X number of bars. I think we've got it set to 14 right now. But this indicator at the bottom is essentially just the history of this one that you see right beside the price. As you can see, the green means it's above average volume. If it's green or red, it's above average volume. And it'll be above or below zero just based on how many contracts have traded imbalance-wise to the upside or down. So it's kind of like a delta as well. So right now we can see this is how many contracts have been bought at the ask, how many have been sold at the bid. This is the percent imbalance. Total number of contracts traded, the average number of contracts traded, and how many seconds are left in this candle. So see, average is gray right now. If you see this light up green or red, that means that, let's say it's a green. That means we're on track to trade above the average total volume. We're basing that on, okay, how many contracts have traded in X number of seconds and how many seconds do we have left? If we keep this pace up, right now we're below average, excuse me. Right now we're below average volume. We're not on pace to trade more than the average volume. It's green or red though, we are. Anyway, I'll shut up for a minute. I'll leave this alone. I'm just trying to get on here and talk to y'all a little more here lately. Good. Got any questions? Free to ask. Gavin, by the way, if you are still here, I will get to your email here in just a minute. Peter, NG should be support. It depends. Okay, so it depends on what your time horizon is for how you trade. Okay, and how big of a move, you know, like what are your general stops, things like that. The reason I try not to get into specifics about like, hey, you need to short PG or you need to go long at NG, for example. You know, a lot of people don't scalp. They have no interest in scalping, things like that. I do. I scalp all the time. So for me, yeah, NG is 100% a support level for me. But I'm not exactly sure of the legality, you know. Trying to run a business that serves a tool to the general public. I'm not trying to sell trades or be a trade provider or like a follow me guy. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to get in trouble either, but I will say for me personally, yes, NG is a level of support and I will buy there. ZG, sorry, clear my throat. The ZG level, the yellow line you see and the white line you see. I don't know how long you've been in here, Peter, but I went over some stuff that we posted in the Discord, and it talks about the loops and how market makers have to react. Did you see that a minute ago? Okay. So I'll go over this again super quick. If you have a Discord, add me. It's posted in the comments. HedgePulse _Evan, and you can see this. But go to the Discord and you go to Gamma Foundation. I go over this a lot in my video as well. Understanding market makers. And we're in negative gamma like we are today. This is what happens. You're below the zero gamma line. Okay. See that this gamma bar is red, this gamma bar is red. We're below the ZG level. Okay. Stock price drops, market makers have to sell. And then that causes the stock price to drop more. So then they sell more. They just get stuck in this loop, right? A lot of the time you'll see a V-shaped recovery. Like I'm sure you all, if you've been trading for any amount of time, you've seen a nasty sell-off. You see that V-shaped recovery and you're like, it just sold off real hard. Why are we just, boom, straight back up to where we were at? Why? In a lot of cases, that's why. If it has high volume or if it has a lot of options activity, the way that market makers have to hedge, the reason that the app HedgePulse is we're trying to keep our finger on the pulse of the market of how market makers are having to hedge. Okay. As they start buying, like say you go down, you hit this NG level. As they start buying, you start getting this linear move back to the upside, V-shaped recovery. Stock price rises, they have to buy more stock, causes the stock price to rise more, so forth and so on. So you get stuck in this loop, right? Positive. They dampen volatility. So as the stock price moves up, they sell into it, and as it moves down, they buy into it. So you'll still generally get a gradual up move, but we take the stairs up, take the elevator down. I'm sure you've heard that. That is why. Stair step action. We move up, but market makers are selling into it. So then we hang out for a second, maybe drop a little bit. But if we drop some, they start buying into the down move. So they're adding support under us. They're adding a little resistance above us. But generally, you get a little up move. This is another good thing you can look at. Also, this explains why things like Tesla, NVIDIA, some of these that get real big gamma squeezes, why do they get such violent moves to the upside? Once you get above this PG level, turns into, like, it's not that it's negative gamma, but if you look at a gamma exposure curve, and I can show you that if you want to see it. But basically, you're over the hump, so to speak. So it's downhill from there in terms of gamma exposure. I don't mean it's going down. Once you get above this PG level, market makers will shift more into, okay, as the stock moves up, we got to start buying, okay? Like as long as it's going up and it's below the PG level, they'll sell into it. So it'll go up some, they'll sell into it. It'll go up some, they'll sell into it. Once you break above that PG level, you tend to get, it's like it flips into negative gamma almost. and then they'll have to start buying to hedge with it as it moves. Opposite below NG. That's why once down here to this line, you see a lot of support. Adding volatility to it as we move down. So the market moves down, they sell into it. Moves down, they sell into it. Moves down, they sell into it. Till we get here, and then they're pretty, the way I say it and the way I see it in my head is, just think of it as they're hedged up at the NG level. They don't really have to do that anymore after the NG level. They're just trying to hedge towards NG. Once they're there, then it should act as, if the market moves down some, they're going to buy. All right. Dip below, perfect example. A little dip below, market makers are buying into it. A lot of the times, the reason we have SPY and QQQ side by side, they're both going to have to hit their levels before we make a turnaround. Here, 1103 time frame, ES had not hit NG yet, but NASDAQ had already hit it. So we have some users that are real quick, and they'll scalp, they'll take a 30-second scalp, boom, get in at NG, ride it up 5, 10 points, whatever, and get out. And being patient, waiting on that, use a little bit of size on it, it can make you really good money. We have a lot of users that do that, right? But if you're wanting to hold all day or hold until tomorrow or hold for a week, whatever, I would view it a little differently. I personally day trade mostly. This is day trading based. Do have everything that's positive, everything's green, everything's looking good. We've not hit the PG level, let's say NVIDIA or something. I do feel comfortable holding trades like that. But SPY, QQQ, day to day, these levels are just very accurate. I would rather have as much information at my disposal as I can to make informed decisions. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that helps. And it was a very long-winded way of answering your question. Did we just reach a level? I'll just say this. Wanted to join the Discord. I know we have people that are in Germany. I don't know where exactly in Europe, but we've got people in Ireland, Germany, some in Britain. I don't know if we still have them, but somehow, yeah, you do need Thinkorswim. We have users everywhere. We've got some guys from Nokia, I think is how you say it. Singapore, Madagascar, Ireland. I know one of our longest subscribers, he's based in Ireland. He's been with us forever. I do think we've got a couple of guys in like Belgium. I don't know geography very well, or exactly which all of these are in Europe. I know some of these are, but say that they found a way to get Thinkorswim. Sure what each one of them are doing, or if some of them are doing it different ways, but apparently there are ways. So, yeah, gamma exposure, it can be very complicated. For me to view it the way that I view it, I feel like I learned pretty quick. And, to really feel comfortable that I had to wrap my head around it, it took the better part of a year, 6 months to a year. I mean, like I understood the basic concept of it in about the same time frame as you, a couple weeks, or, I kind of got it within the first week, I guess, but I needed to see it, right? So I guess seeing is believing, right? So I've got a Facebook group. If you want to go I don't know if you have Facebook, but if you do, join our Facebook group. I'll accept you. It's like HedgePulse. Should be in the description. Yeah, that's in the description. So go to that Facebook group and just check out the history of what's happened and understand the loops that I just went over. Do you stream it in the Discord? No, I do not stream in the Discord. I'm not opposed to it. I've just not thought about that. I mean, I could do like Spy and QQQ. Like, I'm generally streaming this. I try to stream it as much as I can nowadays, anyway. Yeah, I'll look into that and see. You know, for those of you that are, I'm not very familiar with Discord, to be honest. I had a guy, one of our subscribers, was kind enough to basically get it all set up for us, and I need to take some time to learn Discord a bit better, but it's something I'll look into. So subscribe and just continue to follow us. If that's something that we start doing, I'll definitely post about it. Right now, I'm just currently streaming on YouTube, and that's it. I just mainly do chat and post photos, things like that in the. Real quick question. Has my audio been cutting in and out at all? Sorry about that, if it has. Really? Here, is this better? Did this get rid of it? Testing, testing, testing. Echo, echo. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right, good deal. I did have I've got a headset sitting beside me. Maybe that was picking up some of it. I don't think the audio should be going through that headset, but if you did hear an echo, that might have been where it was from also. Maybe it was just very quiet. I got you. Good deal. Yeah, audio. So basically, you know, story time, I guess. The audio should be great, hopefully, because I've been an audio engineer and I've produced music also as a hobby of mine since like 2011. So I've got a lot of experience with it. But what I did a lot was, you know, I would do home improvement type work and I would trade. And then I started coding, things like that, and made music on the side also, and mixed audio, things like that. Got to work with some excellent people. Yeah. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know if you all know anybody from there or listen to country music. There's one person that's really big that I luckily got to work with a tad bit way back in the day. Yeah, that'll add a little delay from Chrome and Edge or something. What do they even call this Microsoft thing? Close to the hurricane, like the mountains. Yeah. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, it was. We didn't get flooding here from that, but It wasn't too far. Some of the, I don't know if you all saw videos on that, but man, that was bad. I've never seen flash flooding like that in my life. Seeing it that close to home, that was an eye opener. I'll say that. I'll definitely take flash flood warnings a lot more serious. We've heard a lot of stories from people that were up there and went up there to help, and people that were rescuing bodies and different things, and some of those stories terrible. And the videos on social media also just, they were not imaginable. I couldn't have imagined it being that bad. But yeah. As we can see, okay, this doesn't look like a very big move so far, but just keep in mind, the other day, what was it, Monday or something? The S&P was in like a $10 range almost for the entire day. So, realistically, zoom in here and look at the size of this move. Comes down, tags NG, let's say it was within like a quarter, one tick. Then almost straight up 16 points. Draw a line. All this pretty linear movement. So, really, there was 2 candles that barely had a sell imbalance. Those of you that have been here watching for quite a while, y'all saw it beforehand, and if you've got the app, like, you've seen this NG level, it just updates in real time straight from the app. Right? It's been there. It's like we drew this after the fact. That's the good thing about gamma exposure. Okay, I'll go back real quick. Rob Smith, my mentor, he taught me all indicators are based on past information, period, right? That's proven, can't disprove that, whatever. And that's one thing, like, that's how I found him. I wanted to find the truth of how the stock market works, and it was like 2015. Basically, he taught me was how to read price action and things like time frame continuity, and then you either have you have 2 different types of ranges, right? You have either expanding ranges or contracting ranges, which if a range is contracting, it's just consolidation. And on a larger time frame, it's going to be an inside candle, okay? An expanding range is going to be an outside candle, or as he would call it, a 3. There's only 3 options, a 1, 2, or a 3, right? A 1 is an inside candle. 2 breaks one side. A 3 breaks both sides of the previous candle, okay? Now, sorry. Keep getting text messages. Anyway, so I was trying to find the truth of the stock market, or the closest thing to the truth, and like definitive things that, because with the stock market, yeah, you can look at the past, you can look left all you want, but we need to know what is going to happen to the right, obviously. That's how you make your money, okay? These levels, see, they extend to the right. That's the thing about gamma exposure and why this is the way it is. These levels are there ahead of time. For example, this NG level, it shifted up for a brief period, but this NG level has been here at least 3 o'clock in the morning. So, people draw support resistance all you want. This stuff matters. Yep. So so you're talking about this one, buying QQQ, I'm sure. So yes, that is going up to 0. And so it does not, this yellow line is zero gamma level, which is 57.8225 for each. Spots, this 573.17. This yellow line here is. It does not, that doesn't mean exactly that this will be zero right when we hit that, but it'll be very close. So our zero gamma level, like there's other companies and things out there that they offer something that's the equivalent to zero gamma, or they might call it the gamma flip point, things like that, if you're familiar. That is what this bar is showing here. But zero gamma is it's the ideal to the penny in between this first green, while we have first green and first red, but this first green bar, this first red bar, where exactly between that should it cross over from positive to negative? So it should theoretically be the zero gamma level in that sense. In my experience, this zero gamma tends to work a bit better than flip point and things that some other people use. But yeah, you want these things to line up. So if this is below zero, you also want the true ZG to be above where the price is. So you want the price below the true ZG as well, for example. As it approaches this yellow line, you're going to see that go closer and closer to zero for sure. One thing I do want to draw your attention to down here, this VVIC, it's at 122. If it's above 110, you're going to see it turn red. That just means market is okay. Over 110 can be bad news, especially if you're bull. We're moving back down here. That's the thing about being in negative gamma territory. You get very linear. To make money in the market, unless you are a delta neutral base trader and you're just trying to make money off of theta for options or something and option decay, if you're a directional trader at all, volatility is your best friend, because that's where you make money. That's where you make the most money, the fastest, right? Now, you need to size appropriately for volatility. Now, how might you do that? Another tool that we built, this right here. I don't showcase this much, but I'll show you this real quick. Let's say you got a $50,000 account. You want to risk 1% of your account. It's going to be $500. You can change the inputs in these yellow boxes. Not change this 500 because it's based on the percentage, right? But let's say you just want to risk a hard 250. Click this drop down. Let's say you're trading. So I know some of you might trade for Apex or Top Step, or trade for some of these prop firms, things like that. That can be very useful and advantageous, especially if you start copying accounts, things like that, and minimizes your own personal risk. I won't get into it right now. Anyway, so here we have tick size. So look at this chart for the futures. We have like 25-cent tick, S&P, things like that, and as pretty much they're all going to be 25 cent. So tick value, if we're looking at the S&P, the full E-mini S&P, the tick value is $12.50. If you want to risk $5, like if you want to have a $5 stop, put that in. You can trade one contract. Trade 10 if you use the micros. But let's say you want to do a $7. Only do 7 or 0 full-size contracts. So you risk-wise not allowing for. You can also change this to stocks. then you don't have to worry about any of the. This is only used for futures. Obviously, stocks move based on the penny. You want to risk $7 on a stock itself. With all these settings, $10 stop, risk 250, do 25 shares. That's built in there, and just in case you all want to use. Anyway, I'm going to run and get some water real quick, but if y'all have any questions, I'll be back here in just a minute and get to those as soon as possible. Gavin, I think it was Gavin. Yeah. Gavin, if you're still in here, I promise I'm about to read your email and get back to you on that. Sorry about that. All right. So, quick question. I'm just curious to see. I have no way to see who all is in here. If you are a subscriber to HedgePulse, if you don't mind putting in the chat, just like type a 1 or an S, whatever. Let's do 1 if you're subscribed, 2 if you're new, just hearing about us, have not subscribed, anything like that. 1 if you're already a member, 2 if you're not a member yet. I'm just curious to see. Okay, Gavin. Gavin, did you get that email, by the way? Okay. Yeah, you got it. So I know a couple, like Blue Horseshoe, you're already a member. Jonathan, maybe, from earlier. I've had a lot of people sign up in the past few days. It's hard to... When I first started this, I had already... Yeah. When I first started this, I was able to keep up with everybody's name and, you know, try to talk to everybody. And, you know, I've made quite a few good friendships. And now it's kind of getting to the point where it's hard to keep up with everybody that signs up. That's a good problem to have and not complaining. Just to let everybody know, this is as of right now, it's a one-man show, me, myself, and I are running everything. But for those of you that are not signed up, anybody that does sign up, if you have problems, anything like that, you know, I'll do my best to, like, if I've got to get on a Zoom call with you, figure it out, help get you set up, get everything running, like get on a phone call with you, like I will. I'm not above that in any way, shape, or form. I'm here to try to help you all out as best as I can. And, you know, I just want everybody to have access to this that can have access to it, right? So if y'all have any issues, email me, reach out to me on Facebook, Discord, whatever. I'm up working probably a lot more than I should be. You know, my wife gets on to me. She's like, when are you going to take a break? Like, stop working for a minute, all right? Got to do what you got to do. Ah, there you go, Peter. Yes, like I said earlier, I've been trying to do this more often, 5 days a week. 3 to 5 days a week if I can. My wife works from home a couple of days during the week, so I can't talk because, you know, she's going to be on the phone, and it's for what she does, I can't have that information getting into YouTube, sort of. It's sensitive information. She works for the state, so. Hey, Blue, how are you liking it so far? I know that you signed up not too long ago. It's different, that's for sure. Before I made this, I'd used several others myself, and they're good. Like, I don't have anything against them, and some of them offer things that I wish we could currently offer, and hopefully we'll be able to sooner or later. But for me and how I use it as a trader, it makes a lot more sense. It's easier on my eyes. The main thing for me, like, when I first started out trading, one of the things about trading is super easy to get information overload, right? And I know there's a ton of stuff on the screen right now, and it could be information overload as well. But for example, if you look at these graphs here in the middle, like, I've always had 2 or 3 monitors that I trade with, right? I would have on one monitor all of this information you see in the middle. which would take up a whole 46-inch 16 by 9 1080 screen, because like I would have the tick open for the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, the S&P, the QQQ, NASDAQ 100. I would have the advanced decline volume, advanced decline ticker number up. I would have all types of volatility. I'd have the 1 day, 9 day, 1 month, 3 month volatility open just to see backwardation and contango, things like that. And looking at it on charts, it's like, good God, you can't look at that many charts at the same time. So I condensed it for myself into this, and then I was, just ended up sharing it. I'll be honest, when I started this, I didn't think I would be able to sell it or anything. I didn't think it would work. I didn't think people would be able to figure it out, how to get it to work. And I had to, initially, like I was saying earlier, I had to copy and paste option chain data, like straight from Thinkorswim, into Excel and do it all manually. Now it's all automated. So that's a lifesaver. It saves me so much time. Anyway, this is what got four different charts times 5. So 20 different charts condensed into this little teeny tiny area. And you can zoom it in, you can zoom it out depending on your screen. Read it. But I don't know, if you all are watching on phones, you probably can't read it. My screen, I can still read these numbers, I can still make it out. I could minimize it. I know there's a lot of people out here that trade, and you all have like a vertical screen set up. We do also offer a vertical version of the app, which instead of having it left and right, we have it, SPY would be on the top, for example, and then QQQ would be below that. We have all this stuff on the, I'll get a picture. So you just go to the subscribe now HedgePulse. So this is the horizontal version. That's what we've been watching, what we've been looking. Try to blow. So this is what we've been looking at. Then you have like Stock Center, but then here's the vertical version. Get it centered here. So this is the elite vertical version. So it's just on top of each other. Now, hopefully, we can get this thing turned into a web app. You'd be able to see this on your phone. One day. Wish I knew how far off that was. Anyway, I've got a screen turned up vertically right now to the side. So I can use that one as well. And that's the version I use if I'm doing like YouTube shorts, things like that. And just blue, the gauges are probably my favorite part as well. They're worth their weight in gold. I don't know what that. Yeah, right. There you go. For those of you on the move, it'd be really nice to have. Yeah, like I don't know if all of you heard me say this earlier, but most of my coding experience prior to this was like I'd never coded an app. I'd never coded a website. Like I had to learn how to do the website from scratch. I did it all myself, did the whole app myself. I had to actually make the website twice because the first time I made it, it would not allow the payment processing. So, like, for example, if you were to sign up for HedgePulse, it didn't have a way for me to connect the app to the website on the back end. So I had to remake the whole website like last November. That was fun. Like which I mean, it was a blessing in disguise because the current website we have is 10 times better, but looks a lot more modern and fancy, and I like things to look nice, but yeah, 20-point bounce off of NG. Yep. That was almost double the range that we had a couple of days ago when it was just chopping around. And that day also, like I said earlier, when the app is all red, look for NG to be the target. All green, look for PG to be the target. But if it's a 50-50 mix, it's going to chop around and try to find the day posted. So 10:28, this right here, posted this at 10 in the morning, 50-50 day so far, expecting a bit of chop. And that's all it did all day. It just chopped all day. But when I say a 50-50 look, this is exactly what I'm. Green on one side for SPY, red on the other. Like, this is a perfect 50-50 example. Got the today's traded red, but the open interest side is green for gamma and delta, for SPY and QQ. There's no direction. There's no clear direction here. Later on that day, this is what it did that day. So this was 10:29. Yeah, it just chopped around that whole day. Anyway, that's just a quick little example. So do not have just a straight up volume indicator pulled up right here, but I'm guessing if I did, you would have seen large volume right here. So this is just the volume imbalance. But there's not been a whole lot of conviction down here from the NASDAQ, and I would have expected to see a bit more of a pop there. It has been a big move down. We got a decent pop, but I will say it's a little concerning that it's think of it as a boxer. It's having a little bit of trouble getting up off of the mat. Here, let's take a look at just today. See what we have just. So it's not very different. Still pretty red. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back and tag NG again. There's not been a whole lot of additional puts being it. They are closing, so this number was at net, like it was down past -2 billion. earlier, I believe. This delta was at negative 12 billion when we were close to the NG level earlier. They've been buying some calls for sure. I just honestly would have expected it to go up a little more by now. Like you said, I mean, $15, $20 move, though. It's moved up decent, just not very quickly. NQ looks like it might be about to start heading back up again. I will be right back. If y'all have any questions, anything like that, leave them in the chat. I'll get to you as soon as I get back. All right, so I just reset the NinjaTrader charts. Every now and then you might see a line or two overlap. Do see that? You can just click on the chart, hit F5. That'll refresh it. That'll refresh the chart. As you can see, it's taking just a minute here. The reason for that is we have tick replay enabled. Minimize the amount of time that takes to load. Now, for the GEX indicator itself, you don't need to have tick replay enabled, but for the volume and the delta indicator, you do need to have it enabled. You can just lower the number of bars that it's looking back at. Make it take a lot less time. So, I don't know how many of you all trade NVIDIA, Tesla, things like that. I'll go ahead and add Tesla. Expand it out a little bit and see what we get. So NVIDIA is just now crossing back above the true ZG level. So NVIDIA is one of these that it definitely will move the market a lot. I'm going to try to get something pulled up real quick here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Screen's going to go black for just. Here we go. So we are going to NVIDIA and see why it might be beneficial. Well, even if you don't trade NVIDIA, it's going to be a good idea to keep your eye on it. First off, if we look over here at the right, we see NVIDIA has an implied volatility of about 58%. Go out a couple weeks, 70%, 65%, so forth and so on, okay? You know, we hear about Apple. We hear about Microsoft moving the market, Apple moving the market. Let's just see what their implied volatility. So, I guess Apple probably has earnings today or tomorrow. But other than that, it's at about 33, 37%, 30%. So NVIDIA, I'll put it to you this way. If Apple and NVIDIA are the same size, if they're both $4 trillion, whatever they're at now, they're both the same size. NVIDIA is going to have about double the impact that even Apple will have on the S&P, the QQQ, things like that. Why? Because the volatility. Okay, if we use Apple as the standard, like let's say 30% $4 trillion company, there's a good chance Microsoft is even lower in volatility. It is. So we're looking at 25, 27% volatility. Let's say if all things are equal, market cap wise, they're all $4 trillion companies. NVIDIA is going to trade, if it's at a 60, let's say Apple and Microsoft are at 30, just to make the numbers easy. And let's say NVIDIA is at a 60 implied volatility. NVIDIA is going to trade like it's double the size. It's going to have almost double the impact that Apple and Microsoft are going to have because the volatility is double. Okay? So it's going to move about double the amount. which is a big part of the reason Nvidia has been so active and moving so much. I mean, obviously the AI, as they say, when there's a gold rush, you should sell shovels. I've heard that quite a bit lately. That's exactly what Nvidia is doing, right? This AI it's the next gold rush. It's going to be a lot bigger than a gold rush, I think. Probably already is. Nvidia is selling the parts to operate it, right? So if you had to dig for gold, they're standing there right beside it, telling you where to dig and selling you the shovel, right? And they're even creating their own gold in a sense. You look at it that way. So because they're creating their own AI, I saw something about them trying to create like a universal coding language for computers that is kind of like standard English or, you know, like standard language. So you could tell it, hey, I want XYZ to do ABC thing. And the code should theoretically work. I don't know how far along they are with that, but that's just something I saw them talking about a while ago. If they can pull that off, that will be. But anyway, taking a look here, we've got 2 million calls, 2.1 million calls traded. About half that in the puts. Sizzle index, we're looking at 2.6. So this is looking at the 5-day average volume. So we're at 2.6, the average call volume, or the average option volume. The calls are 2.8, puts are at 2.4. So pretty active today. Pretty active. 60% IV. Double the effect, like I was saying. Apple, Microsoft. I want to pay attention to Nvidia. Uh-oh. Did my app freeze? All right. Give me just a second. So I just had too many things going on at one time. I've got, good Lord. If you all saw my computer right now, you'd probably be like, how do you even know where stuff is? I'm going to try to show you all. So first sign up for HedgePulse, you'll see this. And for whatever reason, even after the trial period's over, I know some users, or maybe everybody, you'll still see this. Just be aware. The trial, there's nothing different between the trial version and the full version. Just the trial, it has not charged you the monthly like $74.99 or whatever. Click OK. Then you're going to see this, see some green bars moving. And then you will see this pop up. Now, if let's say you don't want to look at Nvidia and Tesla and everything that I have set up, and you know you got your own account size for the position size calculator, things like that, you can save a workbook. Load a save. You can just click this right here, or you can hit choose save file, but load a recent save. The most recent one should be right at the top. You can do that. But for the first time that you start it up, just hit original workbook. You'll see HedgePulse on the screen. It showed it off to my left side. It did it on my main monitor. Then you'll see HedgePulse open up, and then it should resize based on depends on your monitor, things like that. should see this right here. Now you do want to go through, want to read all of this stuff. Here we go. Somehow the chat got everything looks like. So anyway, you want to go through, read through this real quick. So open up Thinkorswim. You can just have Thinkorswim running in the background. You want to set the decimal places to at least 3. That way you can ensure gamma and delta information is always available, mainly gamma. Set this to volatility smile approximation if you plan on using Vanna. If you don't plan on using Vanna information, don't. But then now you can go to the command center, whatever. Click on it. It'll be white for just a minute while everything's loading in. But once it's loaded the first time you've opened it, each day, you should be able to click back and forth and everything will be real quick and smooth. So now we can just pretty seamlessly switch back and forth. So everything's loaded in, charts are loaded up. Go nice and quick. I don't know how long that took, maybe. So SPY is now above its true, or right at true ZG as well. Battling for. Take a look. Something's wrong with my NQ chart here, but ES seems to be working. So on the next update, oh, that's one other thing. When you do open this, you have the NinjaTrader indicator. Once you set this up, so you click this button, select the folder that you want to store the information at. So on my A hard drive, I just created an empty folder. You don't have to create any files in this folder. HedgePulse does it all. Just create an empty folder wherever you want to store it at. Uncheck this, recheck it. If you want it to update right now, click yes. If you want it to update, say, every 10 minutes, this, uncheck it, recheck it. And then within NinjaTrader, you can follow these directions down here. Really simple. You know, we do have an option to where you can view just the current levels, or you can view the history, what you always see. If you did the current levels, you would only see, you wouldn't see these lines moving. If we are, say, right here, you would only see this, and it would go all the way back left and all the way to the right. I show this to help you all see just what it's done throughout the day. Where have we been? Where is it hit at? You know, things like that. There we go. Dated. So I'll go ahead and hopefully my computer will let me close this one. I think I've just got too much stuff going on. My computer didn't like it. But you can see the ZG level for today's trade had shifted down quite a bit. So what does it mean if it shifts down like this? There were a lot of calls that were bought. Enough so that even though we were at the same level way back here, the puts were dominating, right? The first red was higher than it is now. That makes sense? Now the first green is right here. It was up here. So calls, they've been buying the calls, strikes below this one. So it looks like our first green was, I think it was 574 earlier, because it's moved down about $20. So yeah, now it's at 572. They've been buying the 572 and the 573 calls quite a bit. Here you can see 572, 573 calls. This 572 is now more notional value than any of the puts that have traded. I'm going to say that's a good sign that the low for the day is most likely in. Okay, now I'm going to work on, I'll show you all how to reset or set up the NinjaTrader indicator. Hopefully it won't take too long. So hopefully this will work. Oh, Lord. Too much stuff going on. In one of these streams, I will show you all how to set up the NinjaTrader indicator, but right now on my computer, not wanting to do it. We'll just leave ES up and running for right now. Start NinjaTrader. So real quick, pulling up NVIDIA here. Talked about it. Chart on the left here. This is the weekly expected move. SPY has quite a bit bigger of a range. 566. If this 565 level were to grow, if we get under the NG level today, tomorrow, we could certainly see the lower edge of this expected move get hit and possibly even break down a little bit outside of it. So the true ZG level acted as some resistance here. SPY. I didn't see if the Qs went up and hit it or not, but I would like to say that I think we're going to stay above NG today, but, just keep eyes on this right here. A few minutes ago, we saw it increase pretty quickly. In other words, not a good sign for the bullish people out there. Take a look at QQQ, see where we're at in terms of the expected move. Lower edge is about 482.50. So a little bit below, which, I think if we get much below this 485, there's a good chance we will see 480, possibly Friday, tomorrow. Just giving the Bulls some credit, saying that they had been buying it up, and which, I mean, that's still the case. Since we hit NG, Bulls have definitely came in and started buying. Just a second ago, right before this last down move, the Bears stepped back in for sure. I will be right back. I'm going to try to get NinjaTrader set up here. So back at NG in NASDAQ. There we go. We're live again. NinjaTrader and the left. I think this just updated when I was looking at different dates or something. I don't think that this actually changed. But you can see the 0 gamma level shifted down, acted as resistance in, so this is the 0 gamma level for today's traded. Acted as resistance for the NASDAQ and the ES. It broke just a tad bit above it. But that's why we have the first green, first level, first red levels, both. So context-wise, if you're below 0 gamma and you're coming up and you break a little bit above 0 gamma, think of, in today's case, the first green is kind of that last line of defense. If we're going to get bullish at all today, it's really not going to, you're going to see, let's say, confirmation of that happen in the way that it reacts with the 0 gamma level and the first green. You know, first green and 0 gamma act as resistance. You know, it's probably not ready to make much of an up move yet. When it's ready, you're going to see a pretty aggressive move. So, in context, let's say back here, red. You see, we had no issue breaking through this first red level right here on ES. Came back up, tested it, it turned into resistance, and we go to NG. So that's it from the opposite perspective. You know, this 0 gamma didn't act as any form of support here when it had shifted down. First red didn't support, but it turned into resistance. So hopefully that makes sense. If y'all have any questions about that, leave them in the comments, whatever. Anyway, real quick, also, this up here, if it turns green like this, you can click Stock Center A, go back to Command Center, whatever. It will correct itself, or move this slider just a little bit. Move it back. So I don't know if you all are like me. That drives me nuts sometimes. So I want it to always be looking the best it can and showing me highlighting the proper information in the way that it's supposed to. Hopefully I'll get that figured out in a future update. Anyway. One thing I will note, this is the first time today that we've been this far away from NG with SPY or ES, but right on it and breaking below in the NASDAQ. So now see, this is the coloring's messed up. I'm going to go look at NVIDIA right now, see what it's doing. So NVIDIA's below the NG for the OI. We're approaching NG for today's traded. Almost a 5% move down. Not a good sign. I will say it is good that NVIDIA's got some total gamma to the upside at this point, because, you know, with a 5% down move almost, that would expect this to all be negative. So there have been a lot of calls being bought. Tomorrow's expiration, the 135 call is the largest notional value so far. I will say there are some days where, you know, I had a day not too long ago where I think I took 10 longs off of the NG level, like 10 different scalp trades off of NG. We just kept tagging it just repeatedly. It was in, I want to say maybe August. July or August. Wasn't too long ago, but can't remember if it was ES or NQ exactly, but yeah, we just tagged NG over and over and over. I think it's in one of the YouTube videos, but sometimes it happens that way. Sometimes it acts as a magnet, hits it, and then will eventually push back off, and get a sustained move, not revisit it for a while. In QQQ, the QQQ GEX OI side, the left side for the Qs, keep an eye on that 480. We moved down much more. That 480 could become the NG level, and you're, in a bullish sense, that's the last thing that you want to see. VVIX is back over 123. It had dropped to 122 briefly, but that is increasing again, which means the volatility has been going up again, which it has. So we've got the 9-day volatility greater than the 1 month, and the 1 month greater than the 3 month. And one of my little tricks that, the way I like to view this, the VVIX is over 110, and you see this, the shorter term is higher than the longer term, then what that means is risk is now. There's more risk now than there is 9 days into the future. Well, not in this case. There's more risk within the next 9 days than there is within the next month. And there's more risk in the next month than in the next 3 months. Okay. So generally, if you see it like this, that means sell-off is coming soon. Okay. If you see it going down to the left, this volatility here. If you see it going up to if you see it going down to the right, it's higher on the left and goes down. That means that's probably the direction of the market relatively soon, as you can see in today's case. If you see it going up from the left to the right, so let's say we were here, then it went up, up, up. That would mean there's less risk today than in the next 9 days, and then in 9 days there's less risk then. And generally that provides for a stable market and gradual up move. So look for it to be above the ZG level, target the PG level. Man. So for those of you that have been with us all morning or for a while today, I appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around, and hopefully this has been useful. If it could be any more useful, if y'all have any ideas, let me know, and I'll do what I can. We do have, for those of you that are members or going to become members, we do have a referral program. It's in the Discord on the left-hand side. If you look at referrals, I would see. Let me get this pulled up real quick and I'll show you. When you join, check out this referrals page here, and also check out the Gamma Foundations. I went over that a lot this morning, and I've got another. Go over those two things. That's pretty much the foundation of how to use this app, but gamma exposure itself. So that's the goal. So I've got my systems in place and things to scalp ES long at this NG level if it comes back down and hits. So, oh yeah, Gavin, it's very nice and automated for the most part. I mean, once you turn it on, you hit that checkbox, it works. I don't think that this version of the GEX indicator, those of you that are interested in making your own algo and stuff with this, I don't think that this version of the indicator works with the built-in thing that NinjaTrader has, the strategy builder. But I'm trying to figure out what I need to do to make it available for everybody. But I also need to, I guess, probably talk to lawyers and things like that because I'm not sure of the legality. Like what I would need to do to make sure that, HedgePulse is protected as a company, I'm protected as a person, because, the last thing I'm trying to do is get sued or something. But I'm hoping sooner or later, those of you that are interested in building your own algo, you'll be able to use these levels within it. So I already personally, I've built my own and I've had them working for quite a while now using this stuff. But if I can release the algo itself, that would be nice. But I don't think that that's going to be an option. But I could release the code, the indicator at least, in a way that you could use it. Let's see how this reacts here. So in the Qs, 485 is still the NG level. That has not shifted yet. Good bit of buying on this candle for NASDAQ. And just an FYI, those of you that do have these indicators, if you don't want to see these labels right here, go to indicators, and then if you just click this backspace, that's all you need to do. Hit apply. I just did that. It's going to take a while because it's going to have to reload all the tick replay data, things like that. So the reason this is happening is that's basically the API from Thinkorswim, the real-time data information. Basically just had a hiccup there, and that happens from time to time. Fortunately, it doesn't happen much, but it does happen. There wasn't some huge put order that just went through. Just don't let it freak you out or anything. So, to be clear on that. So as you can see here, This removed the label from the top just by what I did there. Did we hit the NG level? I don't think we did. We got close. Oh. We got within about $1. So buying imbalance came in right when we got close. As we come back up, let's see how the NASDAQ treats this NG level. I wouldn't be surprised if it blows through it, but I would expect it. It's either going to blow right through it or it's going to come up and reject, head back down immediately. It's not going to hang out there. Watch. I said it's not going to hang out there. It's going to hang out there all day now that I said it. Watch. Hopefully not. So they've pushed above it twice now, and it immediately got sold. Interesting. That's one thing to also do is just pay attention to price action around. Hey, awesome. Blue, very good. James, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not joking when I say on the website, buy traders for traders. Like, I made this for myself, period. Made it for myself. Wasn't going to do anything with it. Like, I was going to use it. I had no intention of selling it, anything like that. And just posted it to, I made a little Facebook group. Couple of, quite a few people that trade, know me from the strat community, things like that. I invited a bit of them, and they... Oh, hey, James. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I invited a bit of them, I think it was like last May, and they were like, hey, you should definitely do something with this because, they just liked the side-by-side information, being able to see SPY and QQQ at the same time, things like that. So ended up spent a ton of time just working on this and made it into an app for everybody else to hopefully benefit from. I mean, that's the goal is for me to get as many people on this as I can, because I'll tell you this, if for whatever reason HedgePulse broke down, if my app here broke down, did not work, I would not trade, period. Like, if I couldn't get it to work that day, I'm not trading. I don't care. And I'm not using a different Gamma service because a lot of the stuff that I do depends on all this information that I have, the levels that we have. Like, I don't think anybody else has the true ZG that we have. A lot of companies, you'll see the Gamma flip point, but that's all that they have. What that is the zero line here on these Gamma bars. Now, some of those do have a to the penny number, but in my experience, that's not how Gamma is actually used by market makers and people I've talked to, things like that. They think about it this way. You see these histogram bars. It pretty much always flips, like it'll be negative and then it'll be positive, right? So as we're going up the strike list, it's negative, 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 and then it goes positive. Well, the Gamma flip point might be somewhere way up here just because we got a heavy imbalance to the downside, right? But realistically, the Gamma flip point, it has to be like what a lot of other companies look at is a cumulative Gamma flip point. We're looking at what dollar, what penny in between the first green and first red is it theoretically zero? Where does it change at? And just in my own personal experience, it works a lot better. Because you'll see like days, a lot of days where the, let's say the SPY is a 50-50 look, like one side's green, one side's red. Like say this is red, this is green, or vice versa. There's a lot of days we will close, I'm talking to the penny in SPY on that zero Gamma level. It's one of three, usually. It's usually the PG, the ZG, or the NG. We're usually closing on one of the three. Way that negative gamma works, it's very rare that we close on NG. We usually get a bounce at some point. But yesterday was one of those rare examples where we closed to the penny on the NG level. So keep that in mind for future reference. You see what's happened today. Yesterday we closed at NG. Today we opened below the ZG. And where did we go? Well, let's look. And those of you that have been here watching, obviously know where we're. NG level, this red level right here. That is this. Okay. The today's traded level, this NG, it was up here earlier, right when the market opened. But this only has information from 9:30 on. From 3 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, that's when data updates, until 9:30 the open, there's no information for this right side. You only have the open interest side. So pre-market, I know it shifted up here briefly. Not sure why exactly. But from 3 o'clock this morning, well, that's even, I don't think I have the data, but 3 o'clock this morning, NG had shifted down here. And it's pretty much stayed here all day. So, anyway. I'll shut up, let y'all watch the charts. If you got questions, anything, feel free to let me know. I will say, yeah, I know I just said I'll shut up. Never mind. I'm not shutting up yet. The NG on NQ, okay, this right side, lower right chart. Like I said, it's either going to blast back through the NG level or it's going to act as resistance. It tried. You know, if you were watching this in real time, you saw it spike up twice real quick and immediately went right back below it. So I think we're trying to get ES at least back to NG, but with the NQ, keep eyes on this 480. You don't want to, if you are bullish, you don't want to see 480 become the NG level. Okay? Just, I want to be very clear about that. If the NG level shifts down to this, now the NQ is going to have, or QQQ, whatever, is going to have to move down a bit more because this is only based on the open interest. But think of gamma as a bell curve, right? The gamma is highest at the money. So as we move farther away from the 485 going down and closer to the 480, this one will shrink, the 485 will shrink, the 480 will grow, okay? Now, where that point is exactly, I'm not sure, but I'm going to, like if, I didn't do very good in geometry in high school, I'll just say that, but I did do carpentry a lot, so I feel like I have real world experience with it. If you just draw a line from here to here and imagine how much this one would have to shrink and how much this one would have to grow, where would this price be at? I'm going to say like right here. Here. Let me just, give me a second. Hopefully this will work. So I'm doing this in my head, but just to show you all what I'm kind of doing in my head. If you draw a line from here to here, okay, what's the midpoint? Say right here, right? Where does that correspond to? Now, I didn't draw very straight. It'd be a little higher than this. But anyway, you see, if QQQ gets down to say 483, let's see, here's 485, 484, 483. If it gets down to like say 483.50, there's a good chance that the 480 and the 485 are going to be the same size. And if we get any more below that, the 480 is going to grow And it'll be the new NG level. Just keep that in mind. Hopefully that makes sense. I know y'all didn't come to art class over here. But that is how the graphs and the charts change over time. Okay. Not sure what happened there. Clicked on something. Anyway. My bad. I need to fix the NQ chart. Don't even know how that happened. Okay. There we go. I think we're all good. So in this situation, tick up at the top in the middle comes in handy, right? So if I drag, now this is my Thinkorswim. I've not updated these levels today. So these are, don't mind these levels. I've not really updated them yet. But if we look at the tick, all this right here, so see, we're going back down tick-wise. We were trending up relatively well there for a minute. Now we're coming back down. So this tick right here, so tick SP is this one. Tick ND is this one. Now, like I said, the levels that I drew, it was about the 483 level, 483.50 area. These would probably get to be about the same size, so just be aware. I think I have the NinjaTrader levels updating every 5-10 minutes, maybe. We are now almost spot on. So we did tag it. Did tag the NG level. It shifted down, but by one tick. But I'm going to say that right there was to the tick we tagged it. Okay. Because it's been 57.50 pretty much all day. So now is when you want to keep eyes on this right here. So we have a 42% sell side imbalance in the SPY. Now it's positive. Now it's 100%, 95. Okay. So we are seeing a little bit of buying coming in. And this average is lit up green. We're on track to trade over the average. We have now traded over the average. So if this is green or red, the average here, we are on track to trade more than the average volume based on how many seconds are left in the candle. That's one thing about HedgePulse and everything that I do. I try to be forward looking. Yeah, you can learn a lot of information from what's happened to the left. Yes, I draw trend lines. Yes, I draw support and resistance. However, I'm more interested in where are we going, not where have we been. And that's how anybody makes money in trading, right? You got to have a good idea of where we're likely to go, things like that. And try to think of it kind of like in a computer aspect. If this, then this, else this, okay? So NG, this 5750. Whew, I do not like this, okay? I'm going to tell you why. I really do not like this right now. Like, yeah, sure, we could pop, but how many times did we just pin the 5750 and we could not get up off of it at all? Now that right there, that little breakthrough might have been all we needed. We might get a huge candle. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. Made me a little nervous there for a second because a lot of the times when you see something like that and it just cannot get up, you see a just waterfall. Okay. So that was looking ugly for just a second. That breakthrough popped back up. Think of that as like a stop run. There was probably a ton of liquidity right below this NG level. SPY had not broken it really. It hadn't really touched it at all yet. It had got really close a few times. So I'm sure there's a ton of stops right below all this. So probably got filled. Now that makes me a bit more comfortable with holding along. Now my stop is going to be very tight also. Anyway, like I said, this is not a trading, like a follow me. I'm not going to be like, hey, go long NG all the time. Because I don't know, some of you all may scalp, some of you are longer term holders, like, but I'm talking scalp wise. For me, what I do, I go long NG pretty much every time. I go short PG pretty much every time. There is a little bit of context that will matter. It's a little bit more nuanced, but as a general rule of thumb, you know, you can go long NG, capture 5 ES points, 10 ES points, and you know, if you have multiple accounts that do that, or if you trade, like if you've got some accounts with prop firms where you've got 3 accounts or 20 accounts. I know some of our guys have 20 accounts and they'll wait for one trade like this. Multiplied across 20 accounts, you make $5 on ES with 2 or 3 contracts per account. That's a fortune, okay? Like life-changing amount of money. There have been many times where I see it just pin NG like that and it gets ugly to the downside. So I was glad to see that it did not do that. Broke down, came back above it. Now, if we do that again, I'd be very skeptical of it because there's no reason that it should continue going down. Okay. This NG level should be pretty much low of the day. Maybe it goes a tad bit below where we just went, but I'm going to look at NVIDIA one more time. Okay. So NVIDIA 132 is NG for today. Apple 222. So Apple still has a lot of room to move down. Tesla has a little bit of room to move down. This 250. Apple has plenty of room to the downside. So what y'all might want to do is, you know, if you're familiar with price action trading, things like that, keep eyes on Apple. And let's see what this is going to do. I'll get this out of All right, so with Thinkorswim, I've not updated the GEX level for Apple either. So don't mind these levels up the top. But this is the expected move for Apple this week. Still has a good bit of room to the downside, 224. We go and look. 222.50 is NG for the OI. 220 is today. The top 5 notional got an imbalance to the downside, 100 million. That is all for just this week. So that's all for this week. 225 is the predominant one for today. So we change this to just this week. Not very different, pretty much looks like everything's the same. There we go. NG looks like it's holding a support in SPY. Next, we need to see the NG. We need to see price and NQ get above this NG level. Hilly get it back up to this 0 gamma and start getting above it. Max upside that we would have. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get all the way up here today. If we do, and you're long from NG, you had a really good day. We have quite a ways to go to get up to the white line or the green line. Okay. This one would be more realistic. So I don't think it's very likely to get back up to 5,800. If I had to guess, we're going to probably try to pin somewhere around the yellow line going into this afternoon. That's if we can stay above the NG level right now, of course. Anyway, I'm just sorry, guys. I've been kind of rambling on here. Y'all are probably like, dude, shut up. Just let me watch the chart. Anyway, as I always say, if y'all have questions or anything, leave that in the chat. I'm going to step away from the computer for a minute, but leave comments, whatever. I'll be back here shortly and answer anything that y'all have if you have anything. Otherwise, just sign up. You can get a risk-free 7-day trial. You do have to pay $2.50 to sign up, but if you cancel within the first 7 days, I'll give you your $2.50 back. We do have some indicators on sale as well, like the one showing lines that you see here for NinjaTrader. As of right now, that sale ends today. We may extend that. We'll see. Link to sign up. You can go to HedgePulse.com and go to subscribe now at the top. There should be a link in the description, I think, but yeah, HedgePulse.com in the description. And when you go to download, you can, if you get the elite version, we've got vertical and we have horizontal. The one that you're seeing right now on your screen is the horizontal version of HedgePulse. If you scroll down on the subscribe now page, you'll see the different versions. So like if you have a vertical monitor, that's what the vertical version's for. I know I've had some people ask about that the past few days, but yes, sir. Absolutely. 100%. I know a lot of companies out there. I don't know how much they trade, but I don't know if you were here earlier, Jonathan. I've been trading for over 10 years. You know, I've been at it for a long time, man, and it's by a trader for traders. Like, it's by me. I made this for me. And it's yeah, it's a game changer. Once you know how to use it, go to Facebook. If you're not in our Facebook group, I've been taking pictures and posting it for like 15, 18 months, something like that now. Just look back at the history of how often we absolutely nail PG or NG going into the close. NG is more rare. It's usually PG, but just look at how these levels come into play day in, day out. Like, these levels are relevant every single day. I'm telling you, every day. It blew my mind. Like, when I first figured it out and started seeing the patterns with it and really understanding gamma exposure, it was like 2020, early 2021. And I was using stuff like spot gamma. There were other companies that would do other things, but the levels that really matter are what I tried to include. But, everybody trades different, so some levels may be useful for other people, to each their own. For me, as somebody that day trades a lot, scalps a lot, and I want to know what the market's going to do today, like day in, day out, that's what I developed this for. So, anyway. All right. I've been sitting at this desk for quite a while this morning, so I'm going to get up, go move around a little bit, get some water, get some fresh air. I'll be back, though. If y'all got questions, leave them in the chat. If you need help with anything, support@hedgepulse.com is the email, or hedgepulse@gmail.com. Feel free to reach out, and if y'all ever have any issues, customer service-wise, I try to be as good as I can. If we need to get on a Zoom call, like if you're having trouble getting it working, if you need a Zoom call, if I need to personally call you on the phone. Yesterday, I talked to 2 different guys that signed up yesterday morning. Talked to them on the phone, 20, 30 minutes each. Both of them up and running now. Everything's good. So I will help you out. Sometimes I might not see an email for an hour or two, unfortunately, but I will make it right. I'll do the best I can. Anyway, I'll be back. Sorry about that, guys. So, hanging out at the NG level. Still yet. I know that some of you are. Well, I don't know if any of you right now across seas, like in Europe, Germany, things like that. But we do know that there can be an issue with the language settings within, like the Windows operating system and Excel and things like that. If for whatever reason you don't see data here, go to settings, go to time and language. Try to get that pulled up. Okay. So go here. Time and language, language and region. Those of you, if you're in Germany or anywhere in Europe, I know sometimes they do different things from us with the decimals and commas, things like that. You set this to English United States. Everything should work properly. All right, guys. So if anybody has any questions, leave them in the comments. I will be in and out for the next, hour. I'll try to leave this running until 4 o'clock. I might close it down a little early, but I'll post pictures at the end of the day after the close in the Discord. I'll post that again. Add me if you want an invite to the Discord. Send it to HedgePulse_Evan. I just posted that in the chat. So you can copy that, add me on Discord. I'll send you an invite. Again, want to sign up for the app, go to hedgepulse.com, subscribe now. We've got all these indicators you see on the NinjaTrader charts are on the website as well. Risk-free trial for HedgePulse, the app itself. Once you buy the indicator is yours. But for HedgePulse, if you sign up, you want to use a trial, test it out, it's $2.50 for 7 days. And if you cancel, I will send you your $2.50 back. So no risk-free trial. Hopefully we can go back to the free trial sooner than later, but I had to do just a small amount just because we kept having a lot of people, like, for whatever reason, we had bots figure out how to sign up, and they were putting in fake credit card numbers. Like, I don't know if it was gift cards or what it was, but things were not working, and the system was trying to process it, yada, yada. Not important, but just know it's a risk-free trial. I'll give you your $2.50. Don't like it. Don't worry about that. And anyway, yeah. Hanging out. SPY's holding us up so far. We'll see. We'll see if 480 becomes this NG level for NASDAQ. I'll go ahead and take a look at tomorrow. We'll see if tomorrow the NG level in NQ is 480 or 485. All right, so it is 485. As of right now, it could turn into 482 or 480. Well, it would turn into 480 as seeing this volume here. If a lot of these are left open overnight and a lot of these 485s are closed, then 480 will grow as the NG for tomorrow's. That is something to keep in mind. Do be aware we are looking out through next Friday expiration. So the Friday after the election. So if we're going to bounce off of the NG level and SPY right here, what you're going to want to see is the tick move up. You know, it may not go positive, but you want it to be less negative. So we're at negative 113 right now. We could see that get up above zero. That would be ideal. See a push up. See all of these volume imbalances start to turn green, things like that. And as you can see, we're starting to get that now. As for the high that I think we could get to, I mean, you know, I've seen crazy things in the stock market. Realistically, I've seen it move all the way up, you know, like to this PG level here. I don't think we're going to get that today. I think what we're most likely going to see is close around the yellow line, which is 0 gamma from the today's traded side. Try to balance it out and close it at a balanced state, come in tomorrow, see what the market's showing. At most, you know, we could get up here, test this first screen level. It seems like it's about the same distance. Maybe SPY gets up to the first green and NASDAQ gets up to this yellow line. We'll see. But we've got an hour, 15 minutes left. Oh, quite a few more people have joined, it looks like. Welcome, guys, those of you that are new to HedgePulse. Y'all have any questions, concerns, anything like that? Like if you sign up, have any issues, reach out. I'll be happy to help. Whether it's phone call, Zoom call, don't matter. We'll get it figured out. Very nice. So we got a guy in Germany that Discord, don't know how to. I got you. I think I just, yeah, I see it. There you go. Just sent you an invite there, Peter. I think that was you. Yep. Just sent you an invite. You can join that. Like I said, when you join, sorry, I need to figure out how to turn on streamer mode. Quick question. Those of you that are familiar with Discord, do you know how to turn on the streamer mode? Seem to have turned it off. Can't remember how to turn it on. Peter, what are you referring to will cost extra money exactly? Are you talking about streamer mode on Discord? Yeah, I know that they have one version of it that does cost money. There's another one though that it just basically hides people's usernames for privacy, I guess. And it okay, never mind. Here, I found it. Yeah, so I had to go in streamer mode. I got it. I just wanted to show you all this. Okay, I got it. Oh, hey, Johnny, I think you are in the live stream. It looks like. Oh, okay, Jonathan S. Okay, you're the one I'm talking to. Um, to answer your question, hold on, I'm reading it right now. Okay, so okay. So for those of you like, let's say you sign up in the middle of the day. Johnny just sent me a question. So if you see this for, sorry, Johnny, didn't mean to do that. Anyway, so if you just now sign up and you just now get everything working, all the levels are running. Reason that you all might not have, or the reason you all do not have all the separate levels like what I have here is because it's only keeping track of from the time that you turn it on until, like, see, I've had mine running all day. I've got history in some places that go back to May. Okay. I could look back all the way to May and I'm going to see levels change all throughout each day, things like that. On the next update, you'll see the new levels and they'll continue to repopulate. But that's the only reason for that. That's why you're not seeing that the same way that I am. It could also be if you select, like if you were in NinjaTrader, if you selected the current levels, it's only going to show you the current ones. But as long as you just do like say ES within NinjaTrader itself, then that's going to show the history of the level. If it's current, it's only the ones right now, and it'll only draw lines left and right. Good deal. So yeah, Johnny was the one that is across the pond, and he was having an issue with the like it would load the prices up at the top, but it was not loading the charts. And the reason for that was in the time and language settings. You got to make sure everything's set to English and United States. So I know some of you that have been here for a while today, or the past couple of weeks, watching the live stream. You see these? It'll randomly color these at the top green. I'm going to do my best to get that fixed in an upcoming update and have it, reset every 30 seconds, every minute, something like that. Until then, I mean, you can That's why we have it colored here in the middle as well. These are just showing you the levels that we're closest to. Because right now, we're just barely above the NG level. If we were at or below the NG level, these would be fully red. If we were at or above the PG level, it'd be fully green. You can really look at the app itself, not have anything open. You can really look at it this way. And you're still going to have a really good idea of where we're at in relation to everything. These are centered. We're going to be, the white lines are going to be near the closest strike. These lines here are going to show you where we're at. And obviously, at the top, you see exactly where we're at. When is the election? Is it 11/5, I think? I guess the day after the election would be. The market will be closed at nighttime while the election's going on. Results are coming. So here's what we have just through the day following the election. So yeah, we're looking out through the Wednesday. So when you first load up the app, also the dates, when I make this into an exe file, you might notice that the dates are prior to today, things like that. App automatically will update. So, just let it sit for about 5-10 seconds once it's loaded up and you see the first page, like the how-to guide page. I would say just go through that for a moment, let everything load. It's going to self-correct. It's going to correct all the dates. But for future reference, like down the road, let's say a week from now, you open it up. Like if you have a file saved, load your most recent save. App itself is going to automatically set the end date to the nearest Friday expiration on pretty much everything. Now, if you save it, it's like let's say you want to look a month out or like at the next monthly expiration, whatever, you can do that. But as a default, we just try to look for the like from today to the nearest Friday expiration. Also, those of you that sign up for Essential, if you do sign up for Essential, you'll basically just have this, like you'll have the SPY side, for example. Let's say you want to look at NVIDIA or whatever that has weekly expirations, not daily expirations. Change this to weekly. Or you could just set the start date to the nearest Friday. It seems like it could be complicated, but if you look, you'll see a 3-day gap. So like 11/1 is tomorrow, and then there's a 3 days later, that's Monday. So you would set this to 11/1 or 8, whichever one you want to start. Like if you look at Stock Center, in the Elite version, we just automatically have these set to weekly. You could also do monthly. That's up to you. That finds the the monthly expiration of whatever option you're looking at. Tried to, I've tried to automate it the best I can to where it helps everybody out and makes it as easy to use as possible. It's been a little complicated and it's not picture perfect, but pretty close. So QQQ is almost back up to the red line, NG. Let's see if it can break through it this time. It tried and did not succeed about an hour ago. This goes back to what I was mentioning earlier. What you're seeing here, NASDAQ, goes back to this right here. Get under the NG level, it kind of acts like it's in positive gamma. I mean, open this, look at this, read through this if you've not seen it. So, as the stock came down, okay, stock comes down below the NG level, they buy it. As it rises, they sell it. So it comes down, comes up, they sell it, comes down, they buy, sell, buy. So it gets choppy, right? Now, once NASDAQ can get back above this red line, there's a good chance it could get more linear, like so. Does it happen this way every single time? No. There's a bit of nuance. This is a generalization, and basically how I like it in my head. Think of it as a framework that I. So see, we have SPY, very linear movement, or ES, very linear movement, up to the ZG level. It's a ZG coming back. Do expect to see NASDAQ get above the NG level. I'm going to drop this down to about 200 just so it'll. I don't really need a whole lot of data to the left for. You can see the lines, they overlap sometimes. That's a NinjaTrader issue. But to fix those, you can just click on the chart, hit the F5 button. If anyone has any questions, down in the chat. If y'all want to see anything different besides this, just let me know. I am going to get some water though. I will All right. So here we are. We are back again at kind of funny how well these line up, right? So, as I mentioned earlier, when the app looks like it's 50-50, expect chop. So, for the OI side, in both, we are red. For the today's traded side, for SPY right now, we are green. We're approaching the green level in the Qs. Another thing that you can look at, maybe we're not exactly above the ZG yet, but if you look at this here, the today's traded charts for gamma exposure, very even, 50-50. It looks almost like a mirror image stacked on top of each other. So delta, that's a little bit different. My opinion, delta is more so like, if you look at gamma as more so the magnet or the target to be approached, delta is more so just the backing behind it. I don't know. I'm not sure of a good analogy off the top of my head exactly to think of that at, but the reason that we don't have just delta level is I don't think that they matter nearly as much as the gamma exposure, because think of it this way. You're a market maker. Okay, put yourself in a market maker's shoes. Market maker takes the other side of X trade, X number of trades, whatever. They are obligated by law to be delta neutral. Okay, so they have to remain pretty close to delta neutral, right? So once you place a trade, like let's say you come in and you buy 10 ES contracts or 10 ES or 10 SPY options, 10 SPX options, whatever. They're going to delta hedge those relatively quickly. Okay. So the delta itself, as soon as that trade is placed, it's pretty much hedged. What this is good for watching is like real time, like boom, are we getting a bunch of puts coming in? Is this number coming down or going up? Right? If it starts going up, that means calls are coming in. Right? See right there, we just saw it come in, calls. There, drop down some, more puts, all more calls. Okay, you see what's happening there? Real time. Just saw it go from 12 to 10. Almost 2 billion deltas to the upside. Okay, difference. That's quite a bit. That's a lot. Now, why does gamma matter so? Gamma matters so much because it's continuously changing. Yeah, the deltas change also, but the gamma changes how much the delta changes and how quickly it changes, right? So they're always having to gamma hedge. They're always having a delta hedge, but the delta hedging is influenced a lot by the gamma itself. Hopefully that makes sense. So basically what I'm saying is the gamma exposure leads to future delta hedging because of trades that have been placed. Because when the trade's placed, they delta hedge it. Then they continue to have to delta hedge it based on what gamma does. And also what Vanna does and things like that. But gamma has the biggest impact. Anyway, hopefully that helps anybody that didn't really understand it or. We'll say this, on some days where you have an astronomical amount of gamma or delta to the downside, like let's say you have a huge expiration coming up, which Friday we've got quite a bit. Not sure what it is today exactly, I've not looked, but when you have a ton of negative deltas that are going to get closed out, or if you have a ton of positive deltas that are going to get closed out, like if we're very extended one side or the other coming into the expiration, say like a Friday, or it's usually like around triple witching, quad witching, things like that, it will get the craziest moves. But there's a ton of calls and deltas that are going to get closed out on a. You could see, like in today's case, we've been down, we've been negative all day. Once a lot of these puts start getting closed out, you're going to start seeing up moves. Now, on days with huge values, like you see here in the middle, like let's say if it was negative 20 billion, something like that, when all those start to get closed out, you're going to see a rocket ship take off to the upside. Okay? So just be aware of that also. I mean, today, so far, we've had a pretty good little move. Not been crazy, but $15. So it's decent. It could certainly continue. Yeah, NASDAQ, we're almost 100 points up off the low. Just for curiosity, let's just see how much we have closing out. All right. So we've got negative 4 billion, almost, or negative 3.5, negative 1.5. So that's not anything crazy. I will say this though, if we, like, let's say this is over 10, like 15 minutes before the close or something, we move up real quick, a lot of these are going to expire today. A lot of those are going to get closed out also. We could see it pull right back in. So just because this bar is a lot smaller, you also need to look at the number amount. Because what we're doing is we're taking all of these bars and adding them together as if they were all positive, okay? And then that's how we get the range. Like, so this gives you basically a 2-scale version of, okay, how much of the actual gamma is positive or negative. Just because it's, this is almost double this one, but the bar is what, 1/5 of the size, right? This is all the way down. It's all the way red. This one's barely green, it looks like, but it's still higher than the left side. So that certainly does matter. Anyway. Good little tips to know. The QQQ is pretty much dead even. Not even 1 billion to the up or downside for today's traded. So I don't expect it to do much. And as you can see, we are at the 0 gamma level. Very balanced. After a pretty wild day, we get back to balance. They try to do this majority of the time, at least. If we have a down day, they try to bring it back.